Hey, howdy, hey, folks. We're going to be, ooh, the audio was a little loud. On my end, at least. I don't know what it is for everyone else. We're going to be doing some animation and some modeling, maybe some Fortnite. Don't really know. But anyway, wait a second. Is that the case? Testing. Oh, okay. I see what's going on there. Okay, disregard. That should be operational. All right, yeah, that is all operational. Wonderful. Okay, so we're going to be doing some updates to an old animation, and then we're going to go on to what we've been currently working on. Depending on how long this one takes, we may get to that one. Otherwise, we'll probably spend some time going to Fortnite because right now they have the spider gloves, and it's not going to be out for very long, as I understand. So, I want to go and give that a try. So I've been fighting with this rig currently. It does not want to cooperate very well. And, come on. So I'm going to just be tinkering around. I'm not going to be talking right now. I'm just going to be focusing on this. Weird. Alaska Man Jeff only shows up on my Twitch follow channels when I manually look it up. Oh, I've been shadow banned. Anyway, greetings, Inertia. How you doing? Yeah, I've had that happen before, especially after my first full year. I got shadow banned pretty hard across a lot of platforms. I'm not saying that's what's happening, but there's probably more going on. Thought you left Twitch permanently. Oh yeah, that's right. You weren't around for when I got back. So I did leave it for a very long time, several months. I am now back on it. Not necessarily because I'm happy about it. No, it's actually the benefit of Restream. I now have the ability to broadcast to more locations, and the people that were harassing me on Twitch are gone. They've moved on. They went somewhere else to go harass other people. That was actually a pretty big reason. There's more to it. I told the folks that when we did it, but yeah, there was a lot of reasons why we ended up, going silent. And then the reasons for staying silent on Twitch kind of faded, and suddenly it worked again. So as with many things in the streaming world, things are always for like a period of time. You don't really know how long that period of time is going to be until it's already over. I saw your YouTube channel being live, then saw the Twitch logo, looked at my Twitch, and then saw that you're not in my followed channels. I assumed I may have accidentally unfollowed you. Warning sign. Or something like that. I manually looked it up, and it magically appeared. Ooh, amazing. Magical. I mean, no, not that one. Like magic is all there again. Yeah, there's a lot of channels that have people have been unsubscribed from, or other things that have happened. And thankfully, it's not happened a whole lot for my channel. I think a lot of places that claim that are just angry when the algorithm stops favoring them, and also when the bots stop showing up. I think that's a big part of what goes on. But I fully realize that we have quite a few bots that still visit the channel, but not nearly as much as we used to. It used to be a substantial amount, and they're still there every now and again, but not there as much as they used to be. So I'm grateful for that. There's a lot of little tweaks here on this process here. We're trying to add a tentacle to the Strange Aeons logo intro because it's Cthulhu sort of lore, and so thus I was like, hey, that's actually gonna probably work out if we do that. It's all lies, I think. I don't think it's a few. I saw a recommended channel running at 1,600 views with a very dead chat. Hey, that happened to us once. 19,000 views. And we had probably about 100 chatters at most. Mathematically speaking, a channel viewership of that size should have a chat scrolling like crazy. Absolutely. Yeah, no, the bot situation is pretty bad. But thankfully for this channel, it tends not to happen. Like right now we have 4 people that are watching. I actually believe there might be 4. Can't prove that one way or the other. But for the most part, at this stage and kind of streaming experience, I'm pretty sure that those ones are real. Now, when we got up to like the 10 or 12 people, I was pretty sure like half of them were bots, and lo and behold, there was an update and all of them just disappeared. So I stand vindicated on that one. Or, I could claim that I'm vindicated, but oh well. Still remember one of the most fascinating Twitch channels I came across was a guy that had thousands and thousands of views. He was really raking in the cash, and literally he even mentioned about it, like he was a professional streamer, a professional gamer, and he was freaking out when I said that I was going to go to bed, and he was like, no, don't go. And turns out I was his only real chatter. Well, besides like one other person. And that person was just kind of doing mindless promotion stuff. It was a fascinating thing because I didn't realize just how he knew that they were fake. But he wanted to live the dream. He wanted to live his make-believe world that he was, on top of everything, and he was like super popular. Most of us are just going to be, ho-hum, bland folks that, are doing this. And that's perfectly fine. I can't stand it when people get, full of themselves and they're like, oh yeah, we're going to be like doing all these amazing things, and oh, you're going to want to follow us because we're the hoppin' channel. Yeah, everybody says that. I could say that, but it wouldn't be true. All right, I think that's probably good enough. Let's look at what that looks like with a render. Yeah, not bad. You can literally chat anyone on the chat and they'd respond. So me being familiar with that kind of environment, so 200 to 600 is lively, but someone with 6 1,400 views. Is a dead chat. My math ain't mathin'. No, your math is definitely mathin'. It's the other person whose math is not mathin'. Well, I'm so popular. Look at all these wonderful, amazing views I'm getting. How much did those bots cost again? I know, pennies. But when you add that up, they have to make a ton of views to actually make their money back. Get myself some more water. We're having a heat wave up here in Alaska, which means it's 70 degrees. And I'm overheating, so be right back. What in the Squidward is that? That right there is my Cthulhu tentacle for the logo. Alaska's heating up. Yes, it's heating up. It's a heat wave. It's really funny. They gave us a heat advisory. They said, better stay inside. It's going to be super hot out right now. Yeah. 70 degrees, maybe 80. Really? You do realize the interior can get up to 100. No, but it's a heat advisory. Everyone better panic. Nah. That's what we call a typical summer in Alaska. They just want some sensational headlines. And so we had people sharing it with us up here in Alaska. Like, are you guys going to be okay? Folks, it's not that hot. Yeah, it's kind of funny though, how often like the news will want everyone to freak out. All right, so now let's animate this thing. Let's get the logo in here and proceed. Well, actually, I better test the rig first before that happens. So got that one, but we don't know if it's going to do it. I mean, I get that, but considering it's near the poles, ain't that bad? Well, you know, right now, the sun shines up here for a very long time. The sun is up for much of the year, much of the summer, for 24 hours. Now, if you're sitting in the sun and there's no shade, how hot do you get? That's what the poles are like. We don't tend to think about it, but it does get pretty warm. And I'm not even in the Arctic Circle right now. I'm about the same latitude as Britain. We don't think of Great Britain as being at the poles. Now, if we go up north a little bit, you don't have a sea breeze. And so the interior can get pretty warm when it's got no airflow. And that's been that way since forever. So, yeah, it's it's kind of weird. We have extreme highs and extreme lows. You literally made the weather of a tropical country literally have the weather. Yeah, well, ours is a bit kind of muggy and full of bugs. It's been that way, like I said, for a very, 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 very long time in history. And but I find it hilarious how people will, on the news, will want us all to freak out. Silly news. All right, so let's hit that. Now let's just position this, see how it works. Hey there, Bastion. How you doing? And howdy, Jersey. Oh, okay, that's informative. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's a fascinating thing about climates like that. Things that you don't tend to to consider. How common is the aurora borealis in Alaska? It's quite common, but it's also kind of finicky. It doesn't want to shine when there's clouds out. It doesn't want to, and there's a lot of times where where it's like happening in the sky and you can't see it. So, yeah, it's a little frustrating at times. You hear that the aurora is going to be taking place, and you go out to take a look, and it's not there. Saw a bit of the Dadman stream. Something about Florida woman. Yes, that was quite the unique story to come across. This is going to be like my Davy Jones knockoff animation here. It's actually turning out a lot better than I thought it would. I was a bit worried based upon how these sorts of animations tend to go. I thought for certain I was going to like have a really broken rig, and this is actually pretty smooth. Pretty smooth indeed. And I didn't even go like full quality here. So that's actually quite something. Do you think it's due to light pollution? No, it's due to a lot of moisture in the air. There's a lot of clouds, and usually when it's winter, you will have very low hanging clouds everywhere. Especially in my area. And so you do have light pollution. It's mostly the clouds, and it's the mountains. You can look up in the sky and you can see like a faint glow, and you know that the auroras are somewhere, but you can't see it. I've lived up here for 10 years. I've seen the aurora 3 times. Doesn't mean that's been 3 times in the sky. No, it's been hundreds or thousands of times. It's just that a number of times I go out to see it. I get to see it 3 times. Wow, are you making some tentacles? That's so cool. You switched to making Splatoon art. Yes, exactly. This is Splatoon. Great to hear the animation is going well. Yes, it's one of the few times where it's like, wow, it's actually going fine. And you start thinking, well, when's it going to start bugging out? Because I took like no time on this one, thankfully. All right, so now that we got that good to go, we're going to save that. And now we're going to add in the logo. All right, we're going to add in, where is that? It's going to be Strange Aeons. What a weird name. I know Aeons is like an actual word, but it's a unique one. All right, let's bring in this. We want it to be, yeah, let's have it principal. Insert swamp ancient music here. Out there in the swamp, that's where the strange aeons are. That's where you find them tentacle creatures. They're very scary, spooky. Ooh, beware. Separate colors. And what we're going to do here is we're going to bring that on in. Let's isolate that. See what this is looking like. And actually, let's come over to compositing first. Let's add in a bloom. And then come back over here. Compositing always. Cycles. Color ramp.
Yeah, I hear you scalawagging for their yarns. Wonder for a critter as old as the sea.
Something like that. Yes, indeed, Inertia. How do I do this again? It's been a while since I've pulled this one off. Utility, texture, color. I've done this before. Oh, that's it. Oh, wow. That was actually a lot easier than I thought it would be. All right, now let's come over to emission, put that into the strength, and then have a math for this one, and we're going to multiply. Make it green. And now should have Why is it looking like that? Oh, that's why. We want to clamp it. Right there. And now do that. There we go. That's much better. Bring it back to rendered. Okay, can't chat much today, but I'll lurk. Why is there Milo with tentacle arms? Ugh. All right, well. Much appreciated for the lurk there, Jersey. Okay, that's going to be good for that. Let's tone back that glow so we know it's there, but it's not like overpowering. All right, let's bring back the arm, and we're going to now that I understand how to animate this, let's hide the lattice. Oh, what's going on with the lattice? What's going on with the arm? Oh, wait a minute. Okay, there's one other thing that has to be done here. So we have to parent this appropriately. Let's copy transforms. What did I name that? Did I even name it at all? Nope, I didn't. Actually, oh, come on. Why does it always like to rotate this? Stand by. I gotta pull up a reference here. This used to be much better. Not every update that has happened to Blender has been good. This one is incredibly frustrating because there used to be a simple button called offset. Local space. Well, that didn't do it. I'm sitting by. Indeed, Bastion. Once we get this little animation here, we'll probably end up jumping on over and using some spider webs. I've been looking forward to seeing them bring spider webs back to Fortnite, and took them a long time to finally pull that one off. All right, let's copy rotation. Let's try and do this a little differently here. Add. How about just replace? Nope. Close space. Oh. That worked. The web shooters are found in the backpack stuck on walls. Dandy. Take a look at that here shortly. There we go. All right. Let's get rid of this current view here. We want to have the skeleton being a little bit, well, easier to see through here. And in front. Perfect. All right, so now, let's not show the relation lines. That's not necessary for us here. Bring back this right here. And, we need to blacken the edges here. So come on over to this viewport. Much better. My family, was planning on us going to see the new Spider-Man movie, but the theater was all booked for today and tomorrow. Hokey smokes. I knew Spider-Man was popular, but man, that's actually quite impressive. I used to go see those sorts of movies all the time. Then life changed, and the people interested disappeared. It's good that your family is planning to do that, though. Okay, so now that works out. Yes. All right, so now we're going to move this tentacle down here. You know, what the heck? Do I really have to bake this in? Dag nabbit. Actually, let me try something here. Keep transforms. The lattice cage has gotten so much better over the years. But there's some things like this. It's like, why? Why is this so finicky? So it's good for there. The moment we rotate it, though, actually, wait a minute. What if it's this that's the problem? Uh-huh. Would you look at that? It is the problem. All right. If we turn that off, phooey. Aha. We're going to cheat it. Okay, so we have to do this. So we're going to grab this right here, extrude it off to the side. And we're going to center it. Now, this one's going to be rotate offset. They don't want to give us normal offsets? Fine. Make our own. Keep offset. Hey, greetings there, Bunny. Hey, I'm back here after a long time. If you remember, I didn't have a job at the moment. Now I do, and it's my first. Congratulations. All right, that's enough. Anyway, congratulations. That is a kind of a hard thing these days. It's honorable that you stuck with it. And hope it is something where you see good success. I spent time looking for a job for several years, and I struggled to find anything, and finally found one after like 2 years of searching. And I've heard from people that are, relatively new to the job market that it's been quite a hassle. So sticking to it is everything. That's the problem. Come on, Blender. Ah, this is frustrating. Should not be so difficult. Yeah, currently the job market is definitely effed up, and I was jobless for a year. That's a tough one. I know a couple of folks that have had a real heck of a time trying to find something. Some that ended up, well, they didn't end up really learning through the struggle. They ended up they ended up becoming embittered, and that didn't pan out so well for them. It's a real shame, honestly. There's a lot of folks that have great potential, and unfortunately, a lot of folks, they get discouraged, and then it really destroys a lot of what they have going for them. So yeah, being able to still persevere after a year, it's not a lot of people that do that the way that they used to. So it already means that you're a cut above the rest. There we go. Almost. Okay, almost. Now I can copy this one over. Copy to selected. Almost. I don't want to copy over the scale though. Just copy location, copy rotation, and then I'm going to copy the scale, but after the fact. So grab this and rotate offset. Same thing here. Rotate offset. What the heck? Clear parents. Okay. Oh. That's what's going on. Golly. All right, so it doesn't want to stay on the rotation here. So what I have to do is I have to move this up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate that. Nope. I'm going to duplicate that. Move it on down there. Yes, you were last here with the JavaScript game, which is still in development. I ended up changing the sprites around, and then I went back and I wrote out the story that I was going to be doing with it. Recently, I've started to refresh myself on the code because I need to figure out how to have the story beats put into it. So it's still in the works, and it's almost, well, I won't say it's almost done. If I put my mind to it, I could get it done within probably about 3 weeks. Right now, I'm in a new phase. I'm trying to figure out how to complete projects in spans of about a month. Right now, we are on an old animation that I'm trying to finalize. Afterwards, we move on to the next project, and then the next, and then the next. And by doing so, the goal is to try and brute force a lot of those things. The only things that are going to cause like little hiccups here and there are things like this, which is a small commission. That is the only thing that is going to be changing that. Hey, greetings there, Aaron. How you doing? Let's just clear off the rotations now that I have a better idea of what's going on here. Indeed. I've been struggling with weight painting. Can't find any good tutorials. You are not the only one who has struggled with finding weight painting tutorials. In fact, I would dare say that most of those tutorials are always with kind of like exceptions to the rules, and thus it makes it harder to try and figure out. Weight painting was one of the very first things that I had to do. It is not easy, but it has gotten easier. Think about it like this. If you are trying to figure out how a character needs to be weight painted, you're trying to figure out what sections of mass needs to move. Once you figure that out, you can do something a little different than just the normal weight painting. You can select and assign the weight value. Then afterwards you go back and you bleed it. You blend it together with the weight painting tool. That works out pretty well if you need things to be just right. Otherwise, the automated is actually not bad. It's not great. It's not bad. Automated is not good for custom characters. Yeah, I agree with you. It does get quite frustrating, doesn't it? I really wish that they had a slightly different system, but I can't really figure out what the system should be. All I know is that something needs to change for it. One of the very first projects I worked on was my brother and I were trying to figure out how to make short animations. And we settled upon, like, well, we can't do high quality characters. So what are we going to do? We're going to get, we're going to have olives as one of our characters and letters of the alphabet as the others. And we had so many problems with that. It was so utterly frustrating because, well, we ran into all the problems that weight painting has. And we're like, how do we even get started with this? And so I basically spent a summer banging my head on the keyboard till it started working. And even so, once it finally did work, it wasn't worth doing. It was so poorly done. And the short ended up not happening because it was just one set of problems after another. And that's when I realized that I'd bitten off way more than I could chew. And the project paid the price for it. There's a lot of projects I've ended up doing in my life that end up like that. It does get quite irritating, honestly, after so much time that you spend on it just for it to end up being for naught. But you know what? You learn better when you're doing that. So I can't necessarily say that it's a bad thing to struggle with it. It's actually, I think, far better for creators when they do get that chance to struggle. Rigging is somewhat easier than weight painting. Technically, you could say weight painting is when you realize if your rig is good to go or not. There's a couple of other ideas that are out there in terms of how to weight paint that I've started leaning into as of late. I'm not a big fan of weight painting in general. I can do it. I got commissioned to do it for a time, but it never quite, well, there's a lot of problems that occur with it, and it's not actually as important, you could say, as it used to be. Now, computers have gotten far better, and now we don't actually even need to do weight painting as much as having better bone structure. Now, for example, this character right here has, this arm that I'm working with has no weight painting. It is all rigged with modifiers and a very, very simple skeleton. As such, it allows me to do things like this, do tweaks that normally would have been almost impossible to try and go back and do, because once you're kind of set in with weight paints, it's kind of over. So what I've ended up doing is I've ended up doing a lot more of the, lot more edits that are, non-destructive to the model, and have found some pretty good success with that. Hey, greetings there, Tishar. How you doing? Because like this one right here, all these suckers are basically one object. And because of how this is being rigged, I can be able to come in and very quickly say, you know what, I'm not liking how this is kind of set up, and I can come in and quickly alter it. Of course, the problem is that then you end up doing endless alterations. I never would have thought that this rig would have been so easy to do, honestly. I initially made this rig off stream, and I was like, I'm not going to bother streaming it because it's never going to work. And then last night I was like, oh my, this actually is going to work. So it's kind of funny how that works out. Kind of looks like a whale at this angle. All right, that's better. So now let's see if that actually works. Okay, that is operational, and that is not. So that's the last part of this whole process, though. So what we're going to do is we're going to come in here and we're going to grab copy scale, and we're going to do this to the master, and then we're going to have offset. Why do they have offset on here but not in rotation? Blender. It's frustrating. All right, so now that is operational. Now, finally, we can position this thing and do that very simple, pointless animation that almost nobody's going to care about. This was not part of the commission. By the way, this is actually a good point. If you have a commission, go above and beyond. You don't have to make like something like super over the top, but basically don't be so determined to rush it that you end up missing out on the opportunity to learn. I know that's kind of like a trope these days. Oh, you got to keep learning at every stage. Yes, because we are in an era that is very difficult to stay on top of things, and it is honestly pretty good to stay on top of it and to keep trying to master your skills. But it's understandably difficult to try and dedicate some time to do something for no pay. Like this. This is not part of the commission. I'm just doing it because I wanted to learn that whole process. Why is that? This is reversed. Oh well, doesn't matter. It's weird. All right, so let's get this into position here. All right, so we want this to be wrapping around. Let's see here. How are we going to do that? It's not really a whole option. Oh, no, there is. So going above and beyond. I've told the story before about the Disney situation, how that actually almost got me a management position. Now, you don't just go above and beyond because, you know, there's something in it for you. You go above and beyond because you're trying to be better. You're trying to improve and say, you know what? I'm not going to be swayed by finances alone. I want to be swayed by a desire to be good, to be better. And people will take notice. And that's something that a lot of people in our generation really don't want to do. What? Work without pay? That's like slavery. No, not that. You're going above and beyond. You're trying to show that, you know, that you're able to do it. You're trying to prove it not only to others, but also to yourself. Because I've done now this sort of animation, next time I have to try and pull something like this off, it's going to be a lot easier. And because I'm trying to do things that are with fish and animations with that, it does help quite a bit. So, not going to be going on this animation much longer, and we're going to be doing a swap up to some games here. So now we got this figured out. All right, let's preview what this is looking like. Slithers on in and wraps around the side just a little bit, and then let's have a little bit of a contraction here. It's trying to hold on or something like that. So now, come back to here. I'm going to move a lot of these. Nope, not all of them. I said a lot. Down like this. Rotate it like this. So that way it's like reaching up in an arc. Okay, that style is not going to work for that. So what we're going to do is we're going to undo that, come to the end, because this is the sort of pose that we want. Almost. We're going to do it in reverse instead. Well, probably animate a lot faster, and we're not going to have this one snake on. We're just going to have it kind of reach up and grab it. Yeah, let's do this one instead. Now, pull this away. I may have to tinker on this a little bit more because the traveling seems to be a bit of a challenge with this one. It's kind of wanting to kind of rise up in an arc and then oh, that's right. Okay, so let's grab an imitation here. want something like that. All right, so now, by the way, this is one of the animation techniques that I learned on an $80 course. That was not worth it. But when it's things like that, it's like, oh, well, it's not bad. It's not, maybe not what I would want to have to struggle with. I don't want to have to struggle with a lot of these things very often. But, you know, come on, why is it doing that? Why is it selecting that in addition? Stand by just a second. Huh, that's weird. All right, so anyway, as I was saying, I didn't want to have to spend $80 for just like 2 pointers, but can't say that I've not gotten use out of it. It's gone much better. Never be too afraid to delete what you've been working on and start over. It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be enough to basically justify, yeah, the time was, did give me a new skill set that was worth it. right, once we're done with this one, then we're going to swap over. And then there's going to be another one comes from the other side and kind of grips right around the A. But I'm going to do that one on my own just because I don't know how long that one will take. The rest of this is going to be spline edits in the graph editor edits to find the animation. But more or less, it's going to look like that. A lot of effort for very little in terms of, of actual animation here. All right, so let's darken this because I want to see what it would look like with different lighting, and this will be the last thing we do. Be nice if that logo was actually 3D, but not gonna risk, doing too much more to the scene other than adding in these tentacles. Let me tone back the saturation though. Is this client work? It is, and it isn't. So this is a small commission that was done, and then I basically just say, hey, I'm going to do a couple other things just for the sake of it. Kind of how I do a lot of things. But that's what this Strange Aeons is. It is a D&D campaign around Cthulhu and whatnot, or whatever it is. I don't really know the full specifics about what this particular campaign is about. Sometimes I can stay on top of it, other times not so much. Today, it's one of those not so much. All right. We're going to call it there, and I will finish this up later on. All right, so we are now going to change the scene here, and I will be back shortly. We're going on to the Fortnite stuff. It doesn't happen as much these days, but right now there's spider gloves out, so we are going to be doing that. Be right back. Alrighty, let me put myself into the Discord chat here. Let's see here, where is it? There we go. Got that all squared away. All right, so there's Spider-Man afoot. Yeah. Okay, there are definitely... I'm definitely getting some levels up that I shouldn't be getting. I know that there's a bug there. It's a little surprising, actually. Let's max you out. Okay. You know, one of the things that we're going to probably end up doing this fall is there's another character, another 3D character I have to design. And I'm going to be, it's going to require all the different stages of production. Let's see here. Save that. And one of the things that's going to happen is custom weight paints for that. There's also going to be the need for a new technique that I've been working on, which is, well, that I've been doing the last couple of years, which is a, I forget the term for it, but basically it's a bone mesh. And you use that on the character, and it's actually really effective. Helps out for really high quality characters, and used to not be possible with the limitations of computers, and now it is indeed possible. But it's kind of interesting. I don't hear about the pros really doing weight painting like they used to, because they have to have their characters optimized in a moment, and they have to be able to make changes on the fly. All right, looking for spider gloves. Then you too can be a menace. I did not want to land over here, actually. Well. That was easy. I'm not seeing spider gloves. Gotta look for them on the walls, apparently. Of which I don't know which walls in particular. So we will hunt for that. Well, tonight I have kind of a reserve subject that I want to kind of explore. I don't know if we'll do that yet, but there is something I've been wanting to, a story I've been wanting to tell for these streams, and I went over some of it the other day, and I'm going to be doing it again sometime soon, but probably not just yet. What was that? Oh, it's a generator of some kind, making noise. No one cares. many good options around here. Whoa.
Shoot at me, would ya?
That's not very civil of him. Doesn't he know I'm on the hunt? Well, the Speed Sparrow was not speedy enough. Jumping becomes so very predictable after a while. I'm glad that they've toned back on what is allowed, but man, there was a time that I could not stand it. It's one of the main reasons why I didn't even play this game for a long time, was because of the jumping in the building. And they got rid of, well, now both have been addressed. The building, at least, you can avoid by doing the no build. Man, there's a lot of people that they have to do the build mode, and they are doing all sorts of weird, sort of funky things. Weird, funky building techniques in order to quick put up a door, pull it down, shoot, and then put the door back up, sort of thing. I'm like, that's so illogical. I know it's a video game, so what? But I like games that have logic to them. Golly, the fact that all our characters have gravity is because, well, we need logic. It's upstairs. Oh, golly. One shot. Blast. And I didn't find any spider gloves. So here's a question for you. If you had somebody come up to you and say, I have a great treasure that I'm going to give you if you only follow my directions to a T. It's pretty easy, right? So if you follow the directions, you know what you're getting. Pretty easy. I've noticed, though, when people know exactly what is expected of them and what the reward is, they don't try and excel. They basically call it quits after they've done so much work. And the vast majority of people are going to say, bare minimum. Bare minimum's all I should do. If everyone did that, we wouldn't have growth. For there to be true prosperity, you have to have people that are willing to go the extra mile, to say that even if I don't know what the outcome's going to be, I should be putting in extra effort. That helps us to be able to really it gives us a level of motivation that cannot be easily undone by finances. Money is a very important thing in this world, but it also doesn't define you as much as many of us kind of think it does. Your finances are not supposed to be crippling. You're not supposed to look at your finances and say, well, I didn't get the full $10. I'm just not going to put in the effort. Because there's usually more to this. There's usually incomes that are not as easily figured out. One of the examples is if you put in extra effort, there may be extra reward for you. Or it could be that you're just having your character built. How many of us are going to do something because it's character building? Go the extra mile. Am I getting paid for it? Well, no, but it will build character. How many of us had parents that said that?
Yeah, you'll build character. Go out and mow the lawn.
Why is mowing the lawn somehow going to build character? It's just good for you. What is character?
It's what you're supposed to have, character.
And growing up, maybe we don't realize that character is actually a very, 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 very important thing. And I didn't really realize that when I was younger. I always knew that character was important. I just didn't understand the level at which it was important. Ooh, that's fancy. And I realized as I got older that character was everything. If you had somebody who was greedy, for example, it will be shown through their actions, their character, you could say. They've decided that it's only for them. Now, if you learn to endure hardship, that also impacts your character. If you learn to do things because, ooh, do I have you? We'll find out. When you have your character being built, it's going to, it's going to give you a payoff in the long term, but it requires you to have to suffer in the here and the now. Not a lot of people will actively choose to suffer. Why should we? Well, in the end, it's a big part of it is because we're supposed to. We're meant to. What? We're meant to suffer? Yes. All of us are meant to suffer in something. It's a test for who we are, what sort of person we're going to be in the long run. What we learn to put up with changes everything. Oh, hello. Where did you shoot me from? Or try to shoot from? Bye, little buddy. Okay, I did have him. I saw someone who did not have character when I was younger. Oh, there he is. That's not good. Dang. Oof. Missed him with that grenade. Otherwise, it would have been over. not finding that spider glove either. So the person who did not have character. Whenever something hard would arise, he would start to whine and complain. I don't want to do it. Oh, you can't make me. And then the rest of us looked around and was like, wow, he's getting what he wants. He doesn't want to do something. Adults were like, yeah, sure, you don't have to do it. Okay, well, we weren't able to make him do it. I got away with it. You all are losers because you're not willing to, fight to avoid this stuff. Well, where do you think that took him over time? How many of us, if given the choice, would only serve ourselves and not another person in the world? Not a single person. Those people are quite numerous, honestly, and not everybody. I won't say everybody's like that because I know some people, they have too much empathy, too much care, and problem is they usually make the people that are in that level of suffering, of avoiding suffering. So you got to figure out how to encourage people to embrace the hard stuff. But the person you have to encourage the most is yourself in that. If you're just going to write off everything and say, I shouldn't have to do it because I'm not getting paid, well, ooh, web locations. Aha. What? Oh, interesting. Okay, so there's one on this island. Perfect. Thanks, Bastion. Much appreciated. Kind of weird that I haven't seen anyone using them so far. Splashdown. By the way, falling onto water like that from that height would be fatal. So many of us would just flat out avoid anything that would require us to suffer. Now, one of the things I find fascinating is that when God wants to teach us something, he will not ask us if we want to go through suffering. He'll just give us it, and we have to learn to deal with it. We have to look at the situation and say, well, it's meant to be this way. It's not ours to challenge it. It's ours to understand it over time. The backpack is webbed to the walls. Oh, I do remember seeing a video about that. Good point. Uh-oh. Well, he didn't have the web backpack. Okay. So there's one on this island. The heck? Hey, there we go. Bingo. All right, buddy, we're going to leave you here. Besides the fact that nobody wants your little aura stuff.
I didn't want you either.
All right, I'm out. Spider glove. Oh, it's infinite. Yes. About dang time. Oh, it was terrible when they had limits to it. Oh, yes. One of my favorite items. Oh, these are great. Oh, I gotta practice with it more though. I like that there's no real attack that you can do with it. Oh, wait a minute. This is therapeutic, honestly. It's like those rhythm games, but there's actual attack that you can put behind it, and you can like use it to really play the game and, you know, get the upper hand on different players. Oh, this is wonderful. And there's no cooldown. Oh, wonderful. Spider Wolf. Spider Wolf. Okay, yeah. I'm not going to try and sing that one. So endurance, character building. When I was working at Disney, there were some times where it'd be like, I really don't want to do this or that. And the people that avoided those sorts of things would many times suffer in different ways. A lot of them, it was suffering in terms of the activities they would get to do, or the career moves they would get to make. When you're willing to put up with suffering, you're willing to say, I'm going to stick it out when others are not going to. And others will take note. But the person that still will benefit from it the most is yourself, because you're going to be able to endure suffering, whereas other people will crumble. If somebody has a cold, for example, which I personally had recently, it can get very overwhelming. Oh, come on. Hold that thought. Yeah, that's right. You better run, coward. Surprise! I'm not gonna let a clown like you go free. You're dangerous. So when I had a cold, it can get really irritating, very painful. But you know what else is interesting? Is that, well, if you don't medicate yourself, for example, you're going to suffer more. What I have found is that over the last couple of years, when I avoid having medication to stop irritation, the irritations become less powerful. Now, that doesn't always happen, but it can happen. If we're always trying to hide from pain, we start to fear it. And that pain could be physical pain, or it could be obligations. It could be work. It can be anything. Anything that we have an obligation for can become very crippling. I remember seeing a video of somebody that was doing an exercise routine, and they were punching a bag, and somebody mentioned, doesn't that hurt your hands? Like, yes, it does, but not as much as it used to. See, the pain didn't necessarily disappear. Their body built up a tolerance for it. So when people say, hey, this is good for character building, what if part of that is just us learning how to endure when we're not happy about something, when we're not getting something from it. Do you think a parent gets something when they're having to take extra time to help their kids? Not necessarily. It's sacrificial. It's about trying to give something that you're not really going to get a return for. What is that? Oh, you got a cube. Isn't that cute? Ooh, better weapon. Ooh, explosive weapon. Ooh, healing weapon. Wonderful. It does amaze me, though, at the number of times in this world that we are given the option. Heck? Okay, well, we'll get you out of here. I've not seen one of you before. Oh, and hey there, buddy. You are also here. Wonderful. You too will go back into the giant capsule up yonder. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Yeah. Whoa. All three of you. Grab this. Drink that. Swap this out, and now we're off to the races again. As a kid, I used to think about how cool it would be to swing, and partially because I really liked swings to begin with, and the idea that you could have a mobility tool that you could travel all around just by swinging was really appealing. I am a bit of an adrenaline junkie in many ways, although I try to, keep it from, consuming me. It's not like I have to go and, have experiences, whatnot. But ooh, air sprite. I don't have you. Which one do I want to get rid of? Might as well get rid of that. All right, get both these guys out of here. Uh-oh. All right. Nope. Get out of here, the both of you. Need to go back and get that item. Where'd I put it? thought it was right here, wasn't it? Maybe it's down here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I also love that the character always will make poses after as he's flying for a certain amount of time. Okay, heal on up. Grab you just for the sake of it. You and me are a sprite. We're going places. Whoa! Yeah, I don't really want to fight you. Oh, no. I forgot. Yep. Oh, come on. Shoot. Forgot that you can be shot and then have that happen. Oh, well. Fourth place. Turn to that lobby. We want to hear from you. Overall, how do you feel about the following point of interest? The Shaken Sanctuary. I wish they would leave like an image off to the side so you can see what it is that they're talking about. Where's this Shaken Sanctuary? I don't know. I feel very negative about it, just because I don't know where it is and it's concerning to me. Ooh, almost maxed you out. Yeah, you happy little buddy. All right. What is your breaking point? I was talking about endurance, but that does raise the question. How much endurance are you supposed to have before you just say, enough? I'll give you a hint. It's more than the first time. Now, you don't want to go just hunting for pain just for the sake of it. Eventually, that will break your body, and usually that's also how, horrible illnesses can happen or injuries that never heal. So I'm not saying that you should be seeking suffering necessarily just for that reason. You're seeking, you're showing your body how to overcome irritations. That's the real thing. If you have, for example, you're wearing a certain type of clothing and the fabric is like causing an irritation. For example, there was a sweater that I could not stand wearing. And every single time that I would have to put it on when I was a kid, I was like, this is irritating me severely. I didn't want it. Was that a level of irritation that I should have learned how to overcome? Maybe. Or, what I found out later on, there was sharp fibers that were throughout that sweater. So every time I was wearing it, this stuff was poking into my skin. Now, I didn't really think about it much at the time, but I since have learned that there are some companies that were taking some shortcuts. And things like that actually could have very easily been a health code violation. possibly leading to some pretty bad situations if not addressed. So you don't want to just ignore pain, because pain is a warning from your body that something is amiss. But you also don't want to be overcome by it. You don't want to be crippled by it. You should overcome your suffering, but you shouldn't ignore the fact that it is a warning that your body is telling you that something is amiss. Yeah, I really like that food, but there's something weird about that flavor. I can't quite put my finger on it, but Grandpa said that you should never reject good food, because he came from the hard times when people are starving, and so I never turn away good food. What's that sound? Oh, it's you. Just a second. I think that. Oh. Pins are definitely not working on this thing as much as they used to. Probably need to figure out how to improve it. But so you can have someone tell you that, hey, suck it up and just eat the food. And then you find out later on, it was not food that you were eating. It was chemicals. And the chemicals were causing your body to have a reaction. And your body was telling you something's not natural here. Well, what have you just done? If you ignored your body, you end up poisoning it. Oh, do you want to go with me too, little buddy? Fine, we'll take you with me. Oh, what are you doing down there? So you have to find a balance, is what I was saying. Come on, why is this static happening? I'm pretty sure it's the mic, but it might be something else. So find that balance, because otherwise you may damage your system, or you'll be crippled by irritations. That's the moral of the story. And I have to get rid of these guys. Where's this thing right here? I'm assuming there's going to be one in this area. Shaken Sanctuary. Oh wait, this is Shaken Sanctuary. Yes, run away, little buddy. going all over the place. Did he just go down? I think he might have. Better swap out my items here. That would have helped me earlier. Take out that lizard. Was that you with the sniper? Nope, there's someone else. Why does everyone want to take you out? Don't know. And I cannot find spider gloves. Not like I'm looking really hard. Just don't know where to look for them yet. The heck? Oh, he's got boots. Oh, rats. Come on. Are you immune? Okay, now I can hit you. Oh, you got this item. No wonder why people wanted it so much. Hello. Oh, this is not good, actually. I'm out of here. There it is. Heading on over. I don't know how long I'll go on for this evening. I want to find another spider glove somewhere. There he goes. Whoa, hello. Where'd you come from? That's most unfortunate. Where'd the Batmobile come from? I thought vehicles were basically non-existent at this point. Let's study this map a little bit. All right, so I landed in this area, which, wait, was that where I landed? Yes. So there are two. There's one on the southern side and one on the western side, I'm guessing. Maybe that's how it works. I don't know. There's also one up here, chop shop. That might be a little bit easier for me to find.
Go into the desert.
By the way, I have posted on a new platform a commission. It's a pretty small commission overall, but it is something where I need some assistance because I do not know how to do this very well, and that is thumbnails. And also I'm trying to show some support for the new platform because it's made by a fellow viewer. So working through that. There are Batmobiles with retractable wings. They spawn on the map. Why Batmobiles? Did DC feel left out because Spider-Man's back? Good to know. All right, the chop shop, or whatever this thing is called. Yep, chop shop. Hopefully it has a Batmobile over there. And spider gloves. That way I can be a menace and the sort of hero that this island deserves. This is a long flight. Do I have a... No, I don't really have that right now. I don't really have a mega...
Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be landing here at the chop shop very soon. I hope that you have retracted all your limbs back into the vehicle and that you are not hanging off the bottom of the plane or something like that. That could be very bad for the landing gear. Make sure that you have stored all your items underneath your seat. Do not attach them to the back of your back. We're going to be landing in 3, 2, 1. Perfect.
So anyway, the commission thing is I don't know what. Whoa, hey there. Yeah, waste your bullets. Oh, hello. You got more bullets and new weapons. Perfect. Whatever you say, buddy. Whoa. Sneak up on me, would ya? The summer event was Batman on vacation. That's why. Oh, that's right. That's why you got the bats. Yeah, that's exactly right. Long airplane ride. At least you had peanut for a snack. You hear that, Peanut? You're gonna be nothing more than protein.
Well, you know what? You and me, Peanut, we're going all over this island. We're going places, but only if you give me stuff. So far, you've not really given me anything of worth. I think I'm gonna send you back up to that great big waiting room up yonder.
looking for a spider glove. Wouldn't be inside. No, it wouldn't. Nerfed the drop chance of the mythic boots. Of course they did. Because it was a good thing, and they can't let us have a good thing. Typical. Ooh, another building. Spider gloves? Maybe it's in that one over there. Oh, nope, there, I see it. I see it. All right, what do we want to drop? Yeah, this one. What's in here? Oh, his eyes are freaky in this dark area. Crazy maniac. Peanut. I had a teacher once who was given a very weird set of directions from her doctor. She had a pretty bad peanut allergy, and not necessarily something you probably should be doing in this manner, but the doctor said that in order to overcome her peanut allergy, she had to eat peanuts every day, a small handful of peanuts. And so she always had some level of physical suffering she was under, trying to deal with this. And it fascinated me because nobody in our culture would say that, but overseas they will. Just found it kind of an interesting sort of thing that in some countries that's how they do it. Of course, over here in the US, that could be a fatal thing, so you don't necessarily want to do it if you can avoid it. But also, it's kind of interesting that our allergies are apparently much stronger than other cultures. Or maybe it's that, people that we have over here are a little bit weaker because all those other people wouldn't have stood a chance overseas. I don't really know. At least web shooters are unlimited. Yes, that is one of the absolute best elements of the game right now. The fact that they are unlimited is so nice. Because back initially, I remember them having like 30 shots. And then they upgraded it for a time when they brought the spider gloves back. And now they're unlimited, which is perfect. Whoa, look out for that tree. We're not George of the Jungle here. Oh, surprise! You didn't expect a wolf to come out of the sky now, did you? Whoa, golly. All right, this is my exit strategy. All right, there you are. Surprise, you too didn't expect a wolf to come out of the sky, now did you? What a wonderful gift! You gave me boots! Beware those flying wolves.
What do you want?
What do I want? Oh, ooh. I want that Laura Croft to fear the wolf. Witness me. Yeah, okay. Now I got to get this thing out of here because Peanut is going to go down otherwise. Don't forget that it causes fall damage if you're out of it. Ah, good point. All right, Peanut, you and me, we've gone places. And now I'll go places without you, Peanut. Because I got the boots. I don't need your boots. Yeah, I don't need your silly freaking face around here anymore just because I got these boots. I wonder what the Peanut guy looks like in real life. Would be really funny is if he looks exactly like the backpack. All right, where are we going now? Grab this. Oh, that's the storm. Not going that way. Ooh, that was close. Almost ran out of that. Yeah. Do your little photo stuff there, Wolf. Oh, shield. That's what we need. All right. The mobility master at this point because I got web slingers and I got the golden boots. All right, where is this enemy? Hey, enemy. Oh, we both can't hit the broadside of a barn. There. That one shield's going to make a world of difference there. Whoa, hey there. Come back. I want to fight you. Yes, that's right. Ooh, you got a good item there, but I don't want to carry it with me. I'll carry this, though. It's just a little extra shield. Better not. No, yeah, I will. We'll swap out for your purple weapon. Gonna use the restroom. Be right back. Alrighty. Should be at the end of the game at that point. Whoa. Big freaking purple thing. These boots are so much fun.
There's no stopping me now.
Well, except for this person up here, probably. Oh no, oh no. Dag nabbit. I overcompensated. At least I had fun with this. That's the main goal. Ugh. Look, what a freaky, faceless creature. I know it's like a super popular character. Like, I've seen that face before in the gaming world. But man, is that disturbing. What do you do? Weapon upgrade. Oh, that's actually not bad. Oh, and it is a level 4 already. Might as well. Just getting the boots. Oh, welcome back. How you doing, Bastion? Is that character from that, what is it, Warframe?
No, I can't hear you on Discord.
Oh. Stand by. All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? No. Oh. I know why. I know why. It is this. Forgot. One extra cable. Gotta unplug. All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Okay, here we go. Now I see a little thing there. Are you able to hear me now? Apparently it is almost here. Let's see here. I want to output this to the Roadcaster. Testing now.
I can hear you now.
Okay, and I can hear you. That's perfect. Yeah, I unplugged everything to rearrange it, and normally I have to go through like a checklist of things I have to reconnect, and I forgot to do my checklist.
That's all right. But yes, this is a character from Warframe.
And why do they have no faces?
It's part of the lore, and without spoiling too much, it's kind of like was it James Cameron Avatar.
Well, you can spoil it for me. I won't care. But other people might, but I won't care.
Well, without spoiling it too much, it's kind of like Avatar, the James Cameron one, with the blue space cats, where these characters were made to fulfill certain roles, and you're controlling them.
They're like avatars.
That's the non-spoiler one, because part of the game is figuring out the whole thing, because you kind of have amnesia.
Yeah, I gotta fear that amnesia stuff.
So this one's the melee-orientated one. It's called Excalibur.
What is the type of creatures that they're called?
The characters? They're just called Warframes.
Oh, Warframes, okay. Well, it only has a face a Warframe mother could love.
Well, the original character did have a face, but it was interesting because the guy who created Warframe already had the whole idea. He already pictured out everything about the game. But when he went to investors for money to make the game, he was forced to make a totally different type of game based around games that were coming out in that era. So early 2010s. So dark and gritty games. And so he had to give a face to a character. I forget his first name, but his last name is like Tenno, and that's the clan that you play as. In, well, the clan that you're under during the game.
It does amaze me how many types of games there are out there, because early on, I remember seeing like lists of games and already thinking as a kid, like, wow, there's so many games. How does anyone have time to play them all? Now it's like 100 times worse in terms of just the sheer volume that is out there. And so really up until you were playing it, I had no idea that that thing even existed, even remotely.
Yeah, I was introduced to the game and been stuck with it. Yeah, it's fun. For me, at least.
Indeed. What sort of games would you say is like your favorite sort of style?
Favorite sort of style for my game? I guess before I got, my friend gave me his old Xbox. Definitely slower games, like Pokemon,
Grinding
Fire
type
Emblem.
of games, whatnot.
Right. Yes. Because my laptop wasn't the best, so I had to I had to play slower games.
I remember when I was back in college, I think I mentioned this before, but it was the first time that I had even heard of an emulator, and somebody did it for Pokemon, and so we at the dorm were like, hey, let's have a Pokemon competition. And of course, everyone got cold feet once they actually had to start doing it. And then we found out you couldn't even challenge each other. So the emulator didn't have the ability to connect to other folks. So I was like, well, that was a pointless competition. And then I found out I was basically the only one who was actually trying.
Yeah, there's a website now that just does it automatically. You just build your team with whatever Pokemon, with whatever moveset you want. You can play with people online. Pretty straightforward.
Any changes over this summer, or has it all just kind of been the same as you mentioned about earlier?
It's kind of been the same. Been helping my father more with his shed. Well, it's gonna be his office now, and the only thing left is a better air conditioner. Today, outside it was at 112.
112. Oh golly. Well, that's Venus temperatures if I ever heard it.
And you think that it gets better when it gets when the sun starts setting, and then you go outside and realize the heat from the sun is still radiating off the rocks and walls of the building. So at 11 or 12 is when it gets cool.
See, now that's so different. Like, I went to Arizona when I was in my late teens, and we were out in the out at a campsite, and we didn't have the rocks around, so when the sun went down, it got freezing cold very quickly. I was like, what the heck? And then we went to a town, and it was like the exact opposite.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of gravel in our where we live, so it's always just hot. Yeah.
Deserts do amaze me, and they're wondrous to me in many ways. But I'm so glad I don't have to live in one. We had so I went
live
up.
in one. The cold desert, or is it just the Arctic?
Oh yeah. So there's the arboreal forest, but there's also areas like tundra that don't get nearly as much rain as other areas. I couldn't hit him.
Where's Franco?
His friend's foot.
Now he is. He dropped boots.
Here he is. Oh no. Oh no. He's right behind the tree.
Very low. Third party. It's just one shot.
Nicely done.
And that's a bot. So I might just revive you right now.
Yeah, his bot buddies coming this way too. Oh, they're actually hitting. Wow.
I'll revive you and give you this hollow bud at next, right?
All right. Wait a minute. There's a Batman sprite.
I thought I said before. I said it in chat.
didn't
there's a
realize that it
Batman
was
sprite,
like
and he's in shorts.
I thought it was like a little collectible thing, like back bling. I didn't realize they put it as an actual sprite.
He just makes it so when you're in the air, you can deploy his backlighter.
Thanks for the revive. Yeah, as you can tell,
I'll drop the spider blade.
Oh, that's new. Oh, spider blade, perfect. As you can tell, my level of attention to detail in this game is pretty bad.
As long as you're collecting sprites and testing them out, it should be fine.
Yeah.
Just don't pick up the banana one. That one causes trouble.
Does it tend to slip out of your hands or something?
No, but you'd wish it'd slip out of your hands. It lets people know on the map where you are. But in return, it tells you where the other players that have sprite variants are. So if one person on the map had it right now equipped, you'd see a red area like you had a rivalry with them. Oops, I'm shooting.
Oh, whoa! Oof! Oh! Not me sprites! I'm a failure.
Right.
Wow. This guy's hit hard. Dang, that was a lot of sprites to go down. Oof. Should have used the portable one.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Seems like the peanut still drops the boots. They nerfed it for people that don't have the peanut.
Doesn't
where it was
everyone
rare
have the
chance
peanut
for it-
at this point? It was a pretty
well,
early
yeah,
one.
but for people that don't use it during the game, before you could find the mythic boots, whenever you open a chest, it was just very low. Now they made it so only like 3 chests in one locked area can drop them, and it's only like 30% chance of them dropping. So that was their compromise for not nerfing them, keeping them the same.
So one of the games that I had a lot of fun doing when I was in college because I couldn't afford games was Creeper World. And it was a tower. It was one of the best tower defense games that I'd come across, and even to this day, most tower defense games are fun, but this one was a level of strategy that I've not really seen done very well elsewhere. Now, granted, it's also pretty old, and it's not as good as it could be if they were to do it again now. But it was pretty clever, and they had a free version that was on the web, and it had something like 10 levels or something like that. And supposedly you would get dozens more, or even hundreds of levels if you bought the actual game. And they charged way too much. I think they were charging like $30, which back then would have been the equivalent of a $60 game for something that you could play for free on the web for just casually and not really stress about it.
I remember playing the free demo of Plants vs. Zombies on my mother's laptop. And when my father saw that, like the game, he bought the Plants vs. Zombies disc. I think it was $10 back then. So it was cheaper.
Yeah, Plants vs. Zombies. That been a long time since I did that. That was like one of the early real runaway successes in the phone gaming world.
Yeah, very fun.
I ended up buying that game back then, and one of the problems that I noticed, I don't remember which one I got, but basically once you completed one world, then they would try and say like, hey, you have to buy like the next bit, and it was a bit frustrating to me, so I didn't do it. And they kept prompting me, and I think it was like you could struggle, or you could like get shortcuts, and they made it so where it was very frustrating if you didn't make the purchase.
The mobile version?
Yeah, it was the mobile version, and it was something it's been so long, and I don't really remember. It's been about 14 years, 15 years. I just remember that I got so very frustrated with the game that I just basically uninstalled it at that point because
it's gotten worse. I think from last time I heard about it, one of the changes was that they removed the lawnmowers, and you could get one by watching an ad. So it's become very green.
Those ads. What's really dumb is that they're always they're ads for other games that are just advertising other games. It's like, where's the money coming from? This is circular reasoning.
Circular reasoning, and then there are apps that entice you to or have you play games to get rewards. All that money's coming from people that spend way too much money on mobile games.
Yeah. No, I knew a guy. He spent thousands of dollars on a mobile game. He was not financially in a position to do it, but then he ended up selling his account, and he made back like double his money. So it wasn't really a good story in terms of like teaching frugality or whatnot. Much appreciated. What is this?
Holofoils make it so if one person on the team has it equipped, there's a 5% chance opening a chest gives you a variant of a sprite.
Does it compound if you have multiple of them?
No, it's just 5% flat. So it's always good to have, if you're in a team, to have at least one person have it.
There was a lot of games back in the early 2010s that were trying to make sure that people would want to collect as much as they could on the account and then sell it. There was a very fun game. That was it was one of those gem matching games, but it was themed around Marvel. It was addicting because everything that you did was to power up moves, and it was really clever. And it was better than all the other like just normal match 3 in a row games. It required some real strategy, and there were some people that could get really, really powerful and very rare characters, and some of them cost a massive amount of money, and people were willing to pay through the nose for that.
So with the bank shot pistol, the shots ricochet, and the ricochet shots do about 120 damage.
Oh no.
So the more skilled you are at shooting it, the more damage you do.
Guy.
Witness me.
I'll think about witnessing you.
They had a few more not peanut people, Sprite people to the game. I was a soccer player, and the one added in the same update was Fortnite championship winner, I think. So they were just turned into sprites. And the one that's added this update, she's not out yet, but is a VTuber.
Oh no, not the VTubers. Actually, I know a couple of VTubers that are mention like all the reasons why they went into that path, and it makes a lot of sense, honestly. But can't hold more of this item. Oh, I already have.
Oh, you already have.
Interesting.
Huh.
Didn't realize. So he's a VTuber, and his attire is so ridiculous. And I was like, why are you choosing this character of all things? He's like, it's the only really affordable thing to do, and now he's really trying to lean into it. But I'm like, not a style I would have gone with.
Yeah, I've seen some guys that just use female skins for whatever reason.
Yeah. Well, according to him, because he doesn't have a female skin, he had a male skin, but it was very bad. And he said it's because they make so many free female versions that it just becomes super easy for them to do that. If you want to get a guy, many times it's going to cost you a substantial amount to get it all properly rigged or whatnot. Now, I think that it's also the fact that they're lacking some creativity in how they're doing it, but that's my suspicion.
Yeah. I think it's just more of ladies are pretty and more people want to see ladies.
Yep.
I think it's about the same reason as why someone would use a female skin in games like these.
Yeah. I remember there was a streamer. He was always choosing the most beautiful of the female characters that he could find, and that's someone said, "Why are you doing this?" He said, "Oh, it's all strategy or whatnot," and everyone noticed that no, that's not what's going on here, and unfortunately, here's some shield for you. It seemed like you could use some.
Thank you.
He was unfortunately, it turned out that there was more kind of going on behind the scenes, and it ended up actually kind of, I would say it wasn't the source, but I think it was like an outward sign that his marriage was falling apart. And it fell apart a couple of months later. And people are like, we never saw it coming. And I'm looking back on it and thinking, wait a minute, there was like some telltale signs here.
Yeah, so it was terrible when you listen to certain podcasters, streamers, content creators say one thing that very suspicious, and eventually hear divorces.
Yeah. Now, the number of times I've heard about stuff like that happening is sickening. Because it's like, if they were not putting themselves out there on stream, that stuff would not have. Oh, darn it! Find a. I can't. I put too many in. Louis.
Put the penis back.
I put peanut in there, but I put the hollow in. I didn't mean to do that. Oh golly.
I put mine in there just to save it from this match.
Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah. But I do find it sad that these people they don't seem to understand how fame in the streaming world. You're like, oh, but we're a couple and we're doing it. Yeah, that means that you have now double the chance of like something going wrong. Yes, you can make it happen, but I very much do not like it. I've seen it destroy the marriages far too often, and it creates a level of competition that's just so inappropriate.
It wasn't husband and wife, but his boyfriend and girlfriend, where he's suing the streamer is suing his ex-girlfriend and blaming her, throwing a plushie hat at him as a trauma.
A plushie hat? Your Honor, we have to be split up. The plushie of the rubber duck. I couldn't deal with it.
Yeah, there were two streamers, and he got very jealous of her having more viewers than him on streams.
You know, there's two sides of that too as well, because he can be jealous about that, and that can cause problems. But also at the same time, it can become a level of pride, and then suddenly it becomes a vice for her if it's ignored. And so I've heard of that happening both ways. And so the divorce that I was thinking of, which is from the YouTubers that we are familiar with, one of them ended up making a horrible decision that was very much based on the popularity that they were getting, and then they thought that they could upgrade spouses. And I was like, oh my goodness, if that's like one of the worst possible situations you can end up in. And here they were, just like trying to find a way to get a better match.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, especially when they claim that, you know, they'll never do something like that. It's like, people are willing to do all sorts of terrible things if they think that they can get something out of it. And one of the things you can do to avoid it, just remove the temptation. You both didn't have to stream. Oh, but, you know, we were popular, we were famous, and we were, like, making a difference for people. Yeah, where's that got you now, sort of thing?
Yeah.
Would you go back and undo it if you could? I think if they were to be honest, they would probably say yes. because it turns out that that person, when she thought that she could upgrade, that person wasn't there. And it ended up basically giving her immense grief that, oh no, I basically dropped this guy, and now the person I was trying to go for won't even acknowledge me.
I'm sure I've heard that story from one of my mother's telenovelas. I hide in this bush just in case.
It's not good. I did not do that very well.
Oh, I knocked him down. Waifu.
Well done.
Yeah. Oh, he's on the roof.
Oh. Gotta find me some health. Ah, health.
Oh, we won. Don't
Oh,
worry.
look at that. Amazing.
There's the update before there was a they changed the victory royale and well they messed it up and now there's this significant lag before you actually get the victory. So you can be fighting someone, the last person, defeat them and then just wander a little bit until you realize, oh, I won.
Indeed. Hey, goodies are FBI.
I don't know the FBI.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Not so FBI.
Oh, okay. That's better.
Yeah. Need to have that audio play. FBI, open up. Correction, not FBI, open up. Things are going fine and dandy. How are you doing? And I'm just enjoying the fact that we have spider gloves to be able to
I think they'll stay
play
for
around
the
with.
rest of the season. The event, I didn't check the numbers for how many people were playing while I was on. The last event I saw player numbers, it just said 1 million. So, for the event, basically opening up any chest games, the spider gloves. So everyone had it.
FBI female body investigator. Yep, I remember that. But you don't really want to say that off, just have it roll off the tongue.
Then I'll be a lady Spartan then. Oh, I heard that they remade the Halo campaign Evolved. They remade it, and I heard it's terrible.
I've heard that. I don't know a whole lot of the specifics as to why. Although, then again, I've seen Halo fall from being like one of the most popular IPs in the gaming world to being kind of a joke, which is unfortunate.
The main thing, one of the main things is that a lot of the development of the game was outsourced. So the people that claim to make it, they just didn't have too much of a hand in creating it. So there's stuff that feel off. And then they changed the story a bit, and now there's this ODST, I think, soldiers. There's a female soldier, ODST soldier, that hates Master Chief and is basically a girl boss.
Oh, that's gonna go over well.
People are remaking tons of videos about it.
Wow. Isn't that weird that you can have an IP as popular and as famous as Halo, and now, I don't know almost anybody playing that game. They'll replay the old stuff, but I don't hear people playing any of the new stuff. I installed it. It came with a package of the old stuff, so me and my brother got it, and I installed the new stuff, and I never once opened it. And I found that kind of ironic that I didn't even have the interest to try and open it up. And now, years later, I'm like, wow, I didn't realize how much things had crashed.
Yeah. There's just so many other games like Fortnite that offer what the multiplayer and co-op did. Halo originally had, and what are they called again? Called Halo Studios now, I think. They're fumbling it a lot, not understanding the original thing. Oh, that was another thing that people quickly found out. So during one of the cutscenes, one of the commanders in his bridge, having other people do logistics, I think it's called. They're just on their computers, making sure everything's fine on the battlefield. And one of the men there in the cutscene, they replaced it from the original game, and is now as a African American female. When it was originally just a white man before. And people quickly pointed it out, and then one of the original developers for Halo was like, oh yeah, that guy, I forget what it's called, but it's when they take a picture of the guy, of one person, and they use that as a for the model.
Oh, yeah, they scanned him, basically.
Yeah, they scanned an audio engineer that helped make the engine for the music and audio. So he was very important, and it was kind of like an honor for him to be in the game. And the new game was like, no, just make him a black female.
Wow, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Imagine you have you invested years of your life into making a game, and they're like, hey, we'll make sure that you're immortalized. Surprise.
Well, that game is gonna make more people buy the older versions. So yeah, he'll be remembered more.
I used to, I remember having an argument with someone years ago, and I was saying that you shouldn't go back and change that stuff. You should try and make new stuff. And they were like, well, you're going to have to eventually change it. Otherwise, somebody else is going to change it. And I thought about it, and I thought, that is going to happen. It doesn't mean that it's the good thing to do, but it does mean that regardless of your intentions, somebody else will eventually have intentions to destroy what it is that you were making. And one of those examples is Star Wars. Which, by the way, folks, we're going to be talking about that on Tuesday with Dadman. But with Star Wars, Disney does intend to remake the originals. It's been on their list of things to do for a long time. It's just that they've not.
I saw a picture of their. I've seen a picture of their whiteboard of ideas to do Star Wars. I think people are still waiting for the dinosaur part of that whiteboard.
Yep. Yeah, there's I think that Disney's probably within spitting distance of finally saying we're going to remake the entire thing from scratch. And I think we're probably going to see them try and do the prequels again and say, oh, well, people hated the prequels, and so thus we're going to redo them. And then you'll get older fans to back it, and then you're going to get the new fans to back it, and prequel people will be left out cold. And then they're going to go after the original series, because then they'll say, well, we now have these new actors, and now, hey, look, we can have the story progress as normal. And by then we'll have AI, so they'll basically be, all sorts of these abominations. And then they'll be remaking the sequel trilogy, and then they'll be all good to go.
Yeah, they'll just say it's the same story. Just we changed this, that, and another.
Yep. Where's the spider gloves around here?
I have not been hunting.
I thought there was supposed to be 2 around here, and not seen one.
Well, I guess try to think of Spider-Man. What would he do? Where would he hide his backpack?
He would hide it in a pizza closet.
That would make sense.
Oh, wait a minute. It has a camera attached to it. Maybe it's here with the dog.
I just watched Spider-Man 2 on Netflix, and funny the part where he saves a child on a bike getting hit by a truck when he's delivering the pizza, and he goes into the alley to change, and one guy sees Peter Parker with pizzas in hand going into the alley, and then out comes Spider-Man with the pizzas. He just says, "That dude just stole his pizza."
Yes, that's a great scene. I love those movies. Those movies are so well done.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
glad
that's-
that they
yeah.
happened early on, because now we have those as in a state that's going to be very hard for someone to try and manipulate or continue.
They're on DVD, which is physical, which they can't change.
Well, not yet. Just wait till they have like lasers from space to zap your discs.
Oh gosh, I'm sure people will find countermeasures for that, but
Yeah.
until then, I think I'm safe with my collection of Star Wars. Someone shooting at me.
Yep. Actually, interesting fact. One of the reasons why they wanted to get rid of discs is that they lasted far longer than they were supposed to. So we were just coming off of the VHS craze, and people are like, "Wow, VHSs are great," and they would wear them out. Then they would get new ones, and so Hollywood already had this idea: hey, we can basically get these endless replacements that people are buying. This is going to work out good for us. And then the DVD came along. Ooh, banana, thank you. And it didn't work anymore. The discs outlasted what their lifespan was supposed to be. And so suddenly they're like, dang, we got to get rid of these because it's going on for far too long.
Yeah, that and streaming services.
Yeah.
Why pay $25 for one movie when you could pay $15 to watch that movie? Pay $15 a month to watch the same movie over and over.
Yep. Man, I cannot stand streaming services. I refuse to use them except on the rarest of occasions.
I'd say it's okay with family where everyone uses it, because then you're not just the only person using it.
Well, it's more like quality. Like for me, I want a good Blu-ray, and every time I stream, the quality's awful. And then you have advertisements thrown into it. It's like, what the heck?
I've heard that unless you have the right TVs to play like Netflix or other stuff, the quality comes out worse. And if you have the right ones, then you get the best qualities. So they're already have what would be called? They want you to buy their products still.
Yeah. It's so ridiculous, and it's infuriating because we should be beyond this, but you know, companies are going to company, and they're going to gouge you.
Companies, I guess history is repeating itself, because I heard of a story of where film, when it was made on actual film, a lot of vintage movies were lost because they reused the film and extracted a bunch of silver that was in it.
Oh yeah.
One of the minerals to make it, and so just a lot of old movies were lost.
Not only that, they actually used
yeah.
it for tires of all things.
Oh.
Like, what? Why did you have to get? the amount of plastic or rubber you're going to get out of that is like nothing.
But what's happening again is that people found out that the AI companies, they've been buying a bunch of rare books in bulk. And the way that they scan those books is that they rip off the spines and scan the pages, and I don't even know what they do with the pages once they're done scanning it.
That's not good. Inevitably, it's going to end up being that they probably just burn the books or recycle them.
Yeah,
You
and then
can't
I
cut
guess
the spine off and
legal.
Wow.
I guess it was deemed illegal because it's a one. Some of those books are one of ones, and so because then it will be they own the book now, so they could do whatever they want with it.
Wow, that's infuriating. Which is especially troubling because there's a lot of very rare books that if you get rid of them, that's not going to go so well. There's a book out there that is that I remember wanting to be translated because it is like the unknown history of Scotland, and it's a very, very rare book. Only one copy of it exists. Imagine if they decide, hey, for the betterment of humanity, we're going to scan this with our AI chopping machine. That would be because they've not translated it. They have to get like somebody who actually speaks the old forgotten language, and it's really,
Someone
really
shot me
hard.
with a sniper.
Oh, yep, behind us.
Yeah, when I heard about that, in my mind, I just knew it wasn't even. It's not even a person that's ripping the books out. It's just one person putting in this like conveyor belt and just have like a factory removing all the spines and chopping all the pieces off.
So infuriating. They really need to start preparing legal battles against these AI people because they've violated so many laws, and the more time that passes, the more laws I'm hearing about that were broken. And one of the things is that, well, one of the easiest ones, copyright, was violated. But another one is they're abusing
Isn't it
government
still
funds.
Violated?
What was that?
Isn't copyright still being violated? They'll just say that they aren't doing it, but still do and try to hide it.
Yep. But the other one is that they've been abusing government funds. And that one is like, you do not mess with the government. That's like one of the unwritten rules of, well, I know it is a written rule of the country. If you do that, you basically forfeit all your profits. And I think that they crossed enough lines to where the government's finally had enough of them.
Yeah.
Oh, there they are. Oh, he's put. He ran. Don't know where he went. Probably next to Pakistan, though. Uh-oh.
He's right under the stairs.
Get back here, buddy. Oh, dagnabbit. I
But
missed
yeah,
my...
I guess in the future, a lot of the older people in government are going to be gone.
Mhm.
Whether it's younger people being voted in or just them not being here anymore in the coming years.
You mean like
Because
McConnell?
of old age.
He's
That was
still gonna,
one thing
he's
I
gonna be
heard.
attached to a bed with like this machine. He's gonna still be giving the death stare to everyone.
I heard something ironic. It was one congressman was 70 and then one was older. The older one had a heart attack, but he lived, and then the other one was in Ukraine, and he died from a disease or
Yes.
some
That
sort of
was-
failure.
That one surprised everyone.
Yeah, so it was just the unexpected happened of The one who already looks like he's closer to death lived.
Yep. Now up
If
here,
they're still kicking, they're still kicking.
up here we had a senator who was Don Young. Oh, sorry, a representative, and he was very old. And I saw him like months before he passed. He came down to the coffee shop, and he, for whatever reason, looked towards me and just nodded his head. And he nodded back, and that was the only interaction I ever had with Don Young. He went back to talk with some folks and found out a couple of weeks later that he had passed. And he was like the type of guy where he just did not age. No matter how old he got, he had the same look, and he still had a fire in him. But McConnell never did have that.
No.
And so it's, everything I've seen of McConnell is he's always looked like a frail. People joke that he looks like a turtle, and it's true. He looks like a frail turtle. He should not be in there. I mean, you do not want your decrepit leading a culture. You don't really want the young leading the culture either. The young don't have wisdom, and the old, well, they don't have flexibility. They don't understand how to kind of comprehend things that are new.
What's this about TikTok? That whole debacle.
Oh,
So it connects to
TikTok.
my
I
interval?
think I had one of those right after dessert. Like, I wanted a Tic Tac.
Yeah. Oh, I guess another thing in politics is Dr. Fauci. There's this clip going around of him being asked. Oh, the game crashed. Oh.
Yeah. And
But right when we were talking about politics.
oh, I'm still here. Oh, that's right, game. You can't stop me. Oh, well, actually, you can't stop me. You know. Sorry. You were saying.
Dr. Fauci. I think he was testifying in front of court, and it got to a point where one of the people going against him was asking him questions, and he just kept on pleading the fifth, even when it wasn't really necessary to plead the fifth. And it essentially devolved into, what day of the week is it? And he plead the fifth. What's the color of your tie? I plead the fifth. What's the color of the carpet? I plead the fifth.
All right, stand by just a second. I need to address something. Why, thank you, Mark. Mark, this is not wise. I know what you're trying to do. I do not appreciate it. You're right up there with scammers. Beat it. All right, so we're back to what you were saying. Oh, by the way, I got two yellow boots over here.
Ooh,
So yeah,
that's nice. He just been pleading the fifth most of the time.
Imagine being so dense that, not dense, so corrupt that when you don't have to plead the fifth, you still do it.
Oh yeah,
Because you don't want anyone to know. You don't want anyone to even know how evil you were, because you built up such a world of lies. Because I'm going to be skeptical. I think the reason why he probably did that is not because he's afraid of legal fallout. I think he's afraid someone might end him, somebody who lost a relative, and because he's surrounded by a bunch of lunatics, as we found out over the pandemic, it wouldn't be very hard to imagine somebody doing something. I mean, golly, people in my community up here in Alaska, there were people threatening folks like, hey, you know, if you don't get the pokey poke, we're going to end you, or we're going to force it upon you. So when you have that level of madness, I can see Fauci being a bit concerned.
Well, that, and I remember that Fox News, they had this segment, I guess they subpoenaed his, or they found his diaries, and they were basically reading it like a schoolgirl would write in their diaries, and it basically fit. There was one where people were praising him so much, him and Kamala Harris, and he was one of those freaks that was just basking in all that praise.
Yeah, what a weirdo.
Dear diary, today I found out another 250,000 people are suffering because of my madness.
Well, it'll be more about the cheers and all the fame he got.
They love me. They really love me.
Yes.
Golly. The level of smugness that guy has doesn't make sense how he was able to get away with so much. But when you have people that are basically treating him like a religious figure, I mean, I guess it was going to happen.
I remember the Dr. Fauci song that one kid sang.
Oh yeah, was it that where they were like basically just a series of praise using like a pop song or something like that?
I don't remember the original song. It was like Dr. Fauci, give me vaccines or something.
Oh
Give us
yeah, that's
vaccines.
right. It was like oh, nicely done.
Got him.
That's right. I forgot about that. Oh, Batman.
Catchy song, just not in that context. Someone's targeting me.
Whoa. That's Spider-Man.
I eliminated him. There he is.
I have to
So,
get these
someone has a
sprites
banana.
out of here.
Yeah, I have a variant, so I'm being targeted by the guy who has the banana spray.
All right, let's head
You
on
can see in the
over.
mini map that there's a red circle. Someone keeps hanging me. A lot of people just match with the banana, actually.
Yeah.
I've got shields.
Oh, thank you.
But I think they were making him testify during court because him saying he wasn't doing gain of function research turned out to be a lie, and that he was.
Which is so dumb because for years, people have been bragging about the research from gain of function. So it doesn't matter what he says. The fact is that they were publishing papers that they were doing it.
Yep.
Like, how can you all be so... And that's where I realized that a lot of people in government wanted it to happen. And I don't know who, I don't know how much, but it's pretty obvious that that the people that should have stopped it didn't want to. And the fact that he's still not, in jail is proof of that. Because there was other things they could have jailed him for. I am convinced of that.
Yeah.
Oh,
The pardon is just see if it was from an auto pen or not.
yeah.
He's flying. Oop, got him.
There's a lot of Spider-Man going around here. There's a menace.
You have nothing?
Ooh, got a colorful banana.
Oh, if you wear that, people will see you on the map, but you can also target other people.
All right, I'm gonna go extract this one.
All right. Yeah, it'll be interesting when YouTubers, the actual respectful YouTubers, do go into politics. One I hear from the most is Brandon Herrera, and oh gosh, there was this whole scandal with his Republican opponent, and one of his secretaries that he slept with. The whole debacle for perishing in a fire put him on blast. The thought that he eventually had to leave politics.
What I'm concerned about is that basically ever since I've been an adult, I keep hearing that, oh, well, one day when you guys are like in charge, you'll have the responsibility for this and that. I noticed as time went on, that responsibility never came. It's like we kept hearing about, oh, well, when you're older and can have the responsibility. And every time there was like, hey, we got a problem. We're willing to step up. And we saying millennials or younger, like, hey, we're willing to step up. No. We need people that know what they're doing. You can sit down again. And I've been told that for my entire life, always sit down. And now someone recently was remarking, saying, why is no one in your generation stepping up? It's like, hello? We were basically told to sit down, shut up, and, well, we didn't want to cause too many problems. So I'll be curious to see what happens when anyone who's younger than the age of 50 is in politics, because right now I don't know how that's going to go over. I think that there's a lot of problems that the younger generations are going to have to deal with that I don't think we're ready for, because we didn't have the early responsibility to test things out.
Someone's going over there to the south.
I'm finding all sorts of sprites right now. You can tell I've not done this for a while because I'm finding all the sprites now.
Yep. They lowered the prices of getting the sprites back when you lose them. So a lot more people with rare sprites in game.
I remember I got to meet Karl Rove. Do you remember who that was?
No, I don't remember many politicians.
He's a bit infamous. And I didn't know how. Oh. Whoa. Okay. They're not gonna let me get you. I'll have to find another way.
Don't forget whenever you're at an extraction site, you can buy portable extractors once a day.
Yep. Well, I already got one. I was being risky because I thought that maybe I could be able to get one in there and then see what their skill set was and know if I could fight them. And they hit me pretty hard. So that was basically, nope, time to leave. So Karl Rove was sorry, am I saying this name right? Let me double check. No, sorry, not that. Cheney was Vice President Cheney was the one who came to speak, and we got to meet him. And that guy was a piece of work. He was notorious and had a very bad reputation. I didn't understand why, and so I got to hear him speak. I went to 3 of his events back to back to where he was like, "Oh,
Oh, you're a dedicated fella, aren't you?
I'm like, I want to try and get involved with things in this country and try and help make it for the better. And he was like, yeah, well, we already have plenty of folks, so you just keep going about the stuff that you're doing and kind of forget about it. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. And then I realized why. He already had his chosen folks that he wanted to do that. And basically, he was like, yeah, we don't want to crowd the field, as I understood. So it wasn't like I was trying to find a job. I was just trying to find a way to understand how to get involved in my local area. I think he took that as, I want to be like a senator or something like that. But I remember just, there was people like that, where it was always, they always had their people ready to go. And they didn't want other people to be upsetting that. And I've since have seen that not only with folks like that, but also with the YouTubers and people that are of the younger generation treating each other. And I'm noticing there's like these factions that you don't see. And you can cross the line and end up angering somebody, and then you're like, wait a minute, I didn't want to be your enemy, and here you are now suddenly being treated as an enemy. That's a good dance.
Yeah, that's one thing I have to watch out for to make videos. Not angering certain people. At the same time, I have no reason to impress them.
Well, one thing I've learned is that regardless of how much you try and avoid angering somebody, you're going to end up angering somebody really, 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 really bad. And one of the things I remember finding out was that you can be like super nice, super accommodating, and somebody looks at that and they see basically how they're behaving by comparison, and then they hate you incredibly because of it. So you're always going to have somebody hate you, and basically it's good if somebody hates you, because it means that you're probably, well, if they're bad people, then it means that you're doing something right.
If you're annoying the right people, then you should be fine.
Yeah. The ones that hurt those when you're like, it's a misunderstanding. And that's the ones like, wait a minute, we don't need this misunderstanding, but pride gets in the way.
Yeah.
I haven't gone here very often.
Think of all the water damage that they have to pay.
Yep.
Which isn't a problem here, but I have heard that there is a dam that if it does go wrong could flood my area, but that's very highly unlikely. The sun will probably evaporate before it gets here, so I shouldn't worry.
Ooh, spider gloves right off. Wonderful.
It's good to memorize those locations. I don't think it's a random chance.
No, it's been pretty clear the times I have found them, and then I've been able to go back and find them again. So there's a lot of people also in our generation. I do say our generation kind of loosely, because I think anyone that's younger than 40 right now kind of has a shared experience that the people over the age of 40, or at this point 40, 45, don't really know, that they haven't experienced. But because we were younger, we have seen the world in constant turmoil, and I think that it is reshaped a lot of us. Some of us for the better, some of us for the worst. Don't really know what that's going to look like in the future.
Some people post previous purchases that they bought on apps a couple years ago, and they go, "I bought this for about $40. Now it's at $120 just for what I previously ordered on this app."
Yeah, those ones are sobering. I've seen a lot of those, especially for homes and whatnot, because I've been in this, the process of trying to see if it's even a possibility. But I see that stuff. I'm like, how can anybody in the older demographic not see this? Our groceries, let alone just go down and get the $5 footlong at Subway. Oh yeah, that's right. It doesn't exist anymore.
I've only heard of that in my childhood.
Yeah. Like, that was how I lived at Disney. It's like, you got paid so little that that was the only thing you could afford. And so I lived off of, like I've said before, I lived off of the Subway $5 footlongs for a good long while. And now I think the cheapest you can get is what is it? I think it's a $10 footlong or something like that. Which is, by the way, decent
so long
price, but it's not the healthiest place anymore.
Was it Panera Bread that people that work in there was like, "Oh yeah, we don't make bread anymore in here.
Yeah.
Or soup. We just get it packaged ready to reheat."
Yeah, which usually when they do that, as I understand, it's because they're going to start hiring people that they're worried about giving them the ability to make food. Like when I was at, I will forever be very cautious when I see people who are of criminal records working at a restaurant. Oh, but they need their opportunity to re-engage the population and whatnot and to become good members of society. Yeah, that's also how they can poison people and, get drugs into the communities and whatnot. I've seen enough of that at Little Caesars to get very worried about that.
When I did the food bank, the people that were there for community service were nice enough.
Oh yeah, you can have really nice people, but when you have like a restaurant and the guy that's at the register smells of some sort of very strong weed, and he's got tattoos galore, and he's got the murder marks on his face, it's like, do you really want to accept food from this guy?
As long as the food is cheap. Ooh, here's a vault key. There's a vault right underneath here.
Andy, grab that. Come on, grab that key. There we go. Oh boy, unlock the door. Use the vault key. I love that they put in the key and their hands don't even follow it. It's like the key just magically goes in.
Oh, yeah. Just automatically. Everyone has telepathy, so it should be fine.
Yes. Superpowers.
Take this one. Actually, this one's better.
I think I'll probably hit a sack after this round.
Alright.
Someone's off to our northwest. I think I can snipe him from here. Yep. Come on.
Feels like a bunch of bots.
Yeah, it's definitely bots. The other teams probably not. Maybe they are.
Maybe. No, they're real. You actually
They're
used
real.
to.
Oh, ouch, that hurt. Yeah, there we go. Sniped. Need to extract these. I remember when I was having a discussion with a older fella a couple of years ago about the state of the economy, and he was saying about how great it was for our generation. Like, boy, you guys have such opportunities. It's so wonderful. Why are you guys not like taking advantage of it? I mean, we basically handed it to you on a silver platter. I wanted to reach over and just start shaking the guy like, do you not understand what is going on? How can you be this blind? Well,
Yeah, I remember overhearing this older gentleman in a restaurant when I was with my family, and he basically was going on about how where I live, it was much cheaper, and he's gonna move in and set up an RV camp. An RV. It's called RV camp.
yeah,
Yeah,
a trailer park.
trailer park. Yes. He's gonna open one up, and that's all he make his income when he retires.
Hey, him and
I
everyone
have a
else.
vault, so
All
we're
right,
going
wonderful.
there.
I'll join you. I'm getting some shield. Now I'm heading your way.
Yeah, I remember watching this movie, this video. I think I've posted these videos before, but it's him talking about the economy from a Gen Z perspective. Now that he works in a bank in a good position, but he talks about just the problems that people are facing today. And it was already open. He said something similar to my story of overhearing an older gentleman talk about how cheap something is, and it was about this owner of, I guess, a company, overhearing him talk about how he just imports work from India or another place.
Man, that's unfortunate. I've known those people. They're like, oh, you people are so greedy. You just need like higher wages and whatnot. And oh well, you're just gonna be replaced by foreign workers that don't need that. Like, great. So basically, you're sabotaging the country because you're so greedy, and you don't want you want to make a certain amount of profit, and you don't want people to like be able to afford rent. I mean, the fact that I know so many people that can't even be in an apartment, let alone own their own home, or even afford groceries. But you guys get the flat screen TV. Great. I would give up the flat screen TV in a moment because you don't need a flat screen TV to live.
Yeah. Someone snapped him. What was I gonna say? Forgot what I was gonna say. No, dang.
Sprite. So what you said about trailer parks is, unfortunately, there's a lot of people, older folks, that really make a whole lot of money from all their rents. But I actually met somebody who recently is like getting frustrated with all his apartments that he's having to manage. I'm like, apartments? How many apartments are you in charge of? Oh.
Dang, I'm suffering from success. No one wants my apartment.
Yeah. Oh, I have, what do you say? 4 homes that he has to micromanage. I'm like, oh, well, boo-hoo. And how do you spend your free time? Oh, I go down and spend time on my boat. And it's such a hassle. You got a freaking boat as well. And you're complaining?
They haven't given me my
Buy me a
monthly discount
river.
for cleaning the boat.
There really is something to be said, though, for understanding the pains of another. Like, I can understand the frustrations when you're older and you're like, the last thing you want to do is have people that are going to destroy the apartments you own. And that's understandable. And then you have to go in and fix it. But if you're hoarding stuff, that's just wrong in so many ways.
Ouch.
Oh! No! Oh, this is not good.
You have a self-revive.
Dang, I missed
But,
my
yeah,
shot.
there's just that disconnect that's gonna infuriate a lot of people.
Yeah. What I'm worried is that we're probably going to see generational rage. And I don't think the older generation realizes just how much that rage is built. And it's going to be up to the younger generation to be restrained in their rage, because it's so easy to get lost in it.
I think that's already a thing with communist parties. They're just angry. They always use renters as their scapegoat into trying to get into power.
Yep.
The bad renters, they always point at them, and then all the other renters that do have just another home that they are renting out to other people, they'll be caught in the crossfire.
Mm-hmm. I've been a bit concerned when I hear about all these businesses. They're like, oh, well, the socialists and the communists, they're just causing all these problems. And I'm like, yes, they are. They just want all this free stuff. Yes, they do. I don't understand why they're so greedy and selfish. Oh, well, you can actually push somebody to those extremes if you raise rent, raise cost of living, increase taxes.
They had a letter from settlers.
Yeah, I mean, look at that pot calling the kettle black. I mean, did you not think that maybe you were pushing them down this path, and now you're like, oh, dang, they're just like us now. Oh, man.
I remembered something I want. The thing I forgot about is that there's a lot of people that like to play those simulator games. Like, one of the more popular ones is like, oh gosh, it was this where you have this water pressure and you're just cleaning the whole area.
Mm-hmm.
And that one's more like a peaceful type of game, but a lot of people also play like grocery store simulator, and that's very popular because I watched a video about it, is that you don't have to deal with managers, you don't have to deal with people that want more money. You just manage a grocery store as if it were real life, and you just get money. There's no hassle or anything.
Isn't that sad? Who would have thought that we would live in a generation that longs so much for the ways of old that they will play lawnmower simulators, truck simulators, and grocery store simulators? I mean, that you broke something. when people are so desperate for reality that they're going to simulations.
Yeah. I remember watching in the video it talked about people, the actual truckers that would have rigs to play the trucking game, the thing that they're doing in real life.
Yeah.
Riding their truck. So when they're stuck in traffic, they just switch to that.
Yeah. Man.
There's a certain connection to it that is fun, but in reality, there are the struggles that put people off.
It's going to be a case study moving forward. Good luck to the historians who have to try and untangle this age.
Sheesh.
I mean, just the fact that they're going to have to look out for all the AI nonsense to have to filter through as well.
Yeah, nonsense. All the people deleting very important tweets or what are they called, message boards. How many people were blocked? How much of stuff was lost? And relying on people that took their time of their own to archive a bunch of stuff, and them going in is like, okay, that's why this problem's happening today. Try to quiet this one person, and that person was right.
Yep. What an age to have grown up in. Yeah, what an age we're going to have to try and course correct. Because it is going to fall to our generations to fix these problems and do it with a wise hand. And I don't see that happening anytime soon, but it's still going to have to happen. Someone's going to have to untangle this mess.
Yeah.
And, especially before, too many bad things end up happening. Hopefully no civil war happens.
No civil war, but the joke I did here is that when you tell homeless people that there's copper in the AI centers, it fixes the problem.
There we go.
Oh, not only that, there might be gold in there and silver.
Oh, we don't care about that. We just want the copper because we can sell it.
You guys are so goofy. Stick them on the flock cameras as well.
Oh, I heard that people are throwing cheese at the solar panels for flock cameras.
Well, that's a cheesy thing for them to do. Oh my goodness.
I heard with the flock cameras, even if the people that make flock cameras, if they go under, the cameras themselves will stay, and the actual organizations that control it are still going to be using them. So it's already a deep-rooted problem.
Yep. We're going to see. I think we're already in like the second stage of our culture, like snapping in terms of saying we've had enough. I think the first snap happened in the early 2000s. Oh, sorry, no, not early 2000s. Early 2010s. It was after the War on Terror had kind of happened long enough that people are like, wait a minute. And there was a snap. And now I think we're in like the second wave of that snap, saying things aren't getting better. We're going to get more extreme. And hopefully that's all it takes. But leave it to the power-hungry Nimrods to not read the signs and say, maybe we shouldn't be pushing this any further. Maybe we need to start to tone things back.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to have to worry about, my neighbor deciding he wants to make a statement and decides to like burn something down or something like that. Because you are going to start seeing that, just like with the warehouses, the people burning those things down. The message is clear.
Yeah, and all it takes is just one person to do it, and it causes so much damage.
Yep. And it's those people that you can't reason with, where they are so filled with anger, they don't want to fix it. They just want to burn it. And we need people who are willing to fix and repair and build, because we're probably going to see a lot of destruction within our lifetime. I mean, golly, the last couple of years, we've already seen a ton of destruction. Well, I'm going to wrap things up here, folks. The much appreciated Bastion for joining in. Got anything that you'll be doing in the coming days or whatnot that you want to mention about any videos?
The videos. I went back to rewrite it again. I figured with those videos, I kind of want to write in a story. For the first video, I wanted to be a duck detective, but at the end of the video, he gets fired, and so the next episode will be him becoming a conspiracy theorist. So.
He's becoming a quack.
Yeah.
There's so many puns you'll be able to go off of that if you lean into that one. Well, hope it turns out well. Be sure to share it with us when you want some opinions on it and get some support for it.
Thank you.
To the rest of the folks out there, hope you have a pleasant evening and morning wherever you are. Just a reminder, be civil to one another, and we will see you next time, whenever that is. We only have one person on the Twitch side, so we're not going to do a raid. We're just going to close it off right here. See you next time, folks.
Good night.